Green screen out a bit. All right. Testing. Test. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Just check out. Just going to update the rest of these VODs, or upload the rest of these VODs. Previous streams. Okay. So the last one we did was number 8, which was 5 hours 31:57. Okay, so we've got 3 to upload. Bear with me a minute. Combat 3 there. Should be 3 of them. It would be lovely if Twitch offered automatically backing your VODs up. Right now, they're trying to basically say we're going to start deleting your videos because giving you a storage limit basically. And it's like, just allow us to connect to YouTube channel to back up to and automatically do that when you end the stream. Just do that. Simple, man. Okay. Rather than having to manually do it. Anyway, I want to assume that worked. Combat 2 is the only one that's not there. Right then, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? I had a day off yesterday. I went to the dentist. Got my tooth fixed, which was really fun. Combat Spidey and NPC. So this is what we're working on at the moment. There's no way we're going to get onto this. Should continue with this then. What do we have? Let's run the game. All right. Yeah, we have the Spidey in trying to find cover. Right now he's not moving at all. Let's look at the brain. Combat test brain. So he's in combat NPC find cover right now. Find cover. Okay, we turn this off. Yeah, that was only just for YouTube demonstration purposes. I'm trying to make a YouTube video about this. The problem is we're already on Friday and I've recorded a bunch of stuff, like 10 minutes worth of stuff. And we've only really scratched the surface of this system. So it might have to be multiple videos that aren't boring to watch, which is going to be quite hard. So he just goes there and he waits. So this was a conditional wait, wasn't it? I remember now. I remember what we were doing. So we're in conditional wait. So what we need is, what does this conditional wait do? We basically have to assign conditions to end this wait. So we do have these conditions here, but these are the node conditions rather than the action conditions themselves. This is the condition that the node is entered. Now, what we're thinking about maybe is firing these conditions every frame on the node. So the condition would be that this node can fire could be that we're outside a trigger, and then when we go into the trigger the node stops firing. So we'll do that. What we'll do is we will make it this trigger here. If we're outside this trigger, this node can fire. So when we go inside this trigger, we want this node to stop firing. Now the problem is that the nodes don't check for these conditions every frame. They just check for when we swap the node over. Yeah, so I think if it's an action node, we need to check every frame. That's what we want to do. So that's in game behavior, behavior controllers. Tick. So the behavior controller ticks, and then we want to do tick on the instance. Where's that? Tick on the instance. So we tick, and then what we got to do action. What is it? Current node conditions. So we need to check. So we need to do if every condition true, current node conditions, ticket, else go behavior state fail. So we fail it if we don't meet the conditions. All right. Current node cannot be explicitly captured. Yes, it can be captured now. So if the conditions on, so we're going to tick this is every frame now. We're going to only tick it if the conditions are true. Else we're going to set it that it failed, and we will call on leave, pass in this object where behavior state will have been fail. So we can test if we failed or not on the actual action if we need to. And then we need to write an engine condition where we are outside a certain radius or inside a certain radius. Oh look, now thing's not even firing. Oh, because we're inside that node. Interesting. So why can't we go into the first one, the first action? We should still be able to find cover. That's not even ticking anymore. Okay. Oh, because we put it on the entire brain. It needs to be on this one. So we'll actually make it so we have to travel into this trigger. So we put the actual condition on the entire action there. It needs to be on this node. So we have to be the condition that we are outside this trigger here. If we're outside this trigger, then this action can fire, else it fails it. Okay, let's try that then. So now if we go into this trigger, we should start. There we go. So we fail it. There is no on leave on that action. So we just return and we failed the action. Which means you should start finding cover again. Great. But obviously we don't want the condition being that trigger. We want the condition to be we get close to this guy for him to try and find cover again, because he just automatically finds keeps trying to find cover over and over again there. Okay, cool. So we need to write an engine condition whether we are inside or outside a radius. So this is probably going to be a game condition actually. And we'll probably do something like distance to NPC. So it would be like G condition evaluate distance. Well, we'll say distance between NPCs. And then we want 2 NPC source and NPC 0 and NPC 1 can't type. It always takes me a while to warm up to typing. And then we also want an enumeration distance test type. Greater, less. Be equal. Equal is going to be quite hard. Probably can't have equal. Unless we make it integer. So S30, so U32 distance. It's an integer just distance. So we should probably have something like greater equal less equal. Like that. And then we want eDistance test type, like that. To be fair, that can be templated. These can all kind of be templated. We don't have to write two methods that are the same. That's what we've done. That doesn't really matter, does it? G condition. Distance between NPCs. Okay. So we just want to save all those. Oops. Okay. So we're going to do c.draw, was it ob.draw combo, no, sorry, canvas.draw combo box, npc 0, ob.npc 0, and then we want for npc 1, and then we want for the test type, and then we want a text box for distance ob.distance, like that. All right. Now we might have to do some editor work here, because maybe the conditions, well, let's see, the conditions might not be available through a combo box. We'll have to wait and see if that's actually true or not, I'm not sure. Actually, we might get a linker error. We need to actually implement this. Nope, not that. This. There's a right problem trying to define these operators automatically for me. Okay, that's good. So we will write what this condition actually does next. Let's just see how we're picking this in the editor, because we might be picking it by, no, we're probably not picking it by integer. We might be picking it by integer, depending on, you know, so condition 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whereas we maybe want to be picking it by name in a combo box. Oh, need to actually implement this. It can actually live in the actual source file. I'm using quite an old version of Visual Assist. I don't think it knows about this specialization stuff, this template specialization stuff. Okay. So if this works, we can just set the condition to be greater than some radius. Now we might have to dynamically find out what this radius is based on, because it's based on the actual animated rig, because each animated rig might have a different radius. So if we just load up the brain, we need a condition on here now, and the condition is a game condition. See, we pick it by ID. Maybe we'll just leave it like that. So the hero Spidean is greater than distance 5 or something. Now, five is like here, which is probably fine. Now, the thing about this is this distance is going to be different for different it's going to be different for different NPCs. So if I was to assign this combat to a different NPC, then this would be different. So I need something like an inherited an inherited so it inherits basically who owns this action. So what I might do is have bool NPC 0 is inherited. Is inherited the right word? Let's check how you spell inherited. NPC 0 is inherited. So it just inherits it from its current state. Then we want MPC1 is inherited. Yeah. So we want canvas, draw checkbox, MPC 0, orb.mpc 0 is inherited. If not, orb.mpc 0 is inherited, draw that. Oops. Now it's going to be quite difficult to get in every case the actual inherited MPC there. So I don't know if this is the best way to do this. So obviously we need some extra logic there, which sets MP0 and MPC1 outside of this condition. So we do something like we'd assign a condition. That never got built. That's annoying. Try that again. Oh, look. Try that again. Passing state into these conditions is not something that's in the engine yet. Which we could work on. So that's totally... Oh, it's because it's named the same thing. Do that. All right, so if we open up the brain, okay. So that's obviously what's going on there. So I'm going to rename these something else. I'm going to rename them NPC is defined. Okay. So if neither NPC is defined in the condition, then we need to find what it is, find what NPC 0 and NPC 1 are from the current context. Now, finding the current context is super hard. Currently, like, how do we do that? I know what it is here. No, I don't know what it is here. So we can define what they are, or we can let the condition pick it in the current, given the current context, where NPC 0 in this context would be the hero or the playable character, and NPC 1 would be the action owner. Maybe this is too generic. So we do have the current node has one condition on it, which is distance between NPCs. It says hero and Spidey and greater than 5. That's because I think we need to save that and relaunch it. So that's one condition on it. Well, it says that neither of them are defined, which means that those values are not correct. So if they're not defined, how do we get the context? How do we assign it in every case? Like, I think that's too generic. Which means the action's got to be a bit more specific. Not the action, the condition's got to be a bit more specific. It'd be like distance from action owner. But then we need the instance ID of the actual behavior. Or we could use the node ID. So we could specify that as the hero. And then so it'd be like distance between NPC and behavior action. Behavior instance owner. And behavior node. And behavior node. And action. So it'd be like distance between NPC and action. And behavior action. So that's what it would be. So this would be distance between NPC and behavior action. So it would have to get the action node, and then it would have to get that. I mean, we couldn't define Spidey in the action. Unless we made it so you could get the position on an action. So it'd be like distance between NPC and behavior action position. It's getting to be a long name now. So it'd be NPC, behavior, action, distance. NPC, trying to make his name a bit shorter. NPC, behavior, action, distance. Or maybe just behavior action distance. G condition behavior action distance. And then this is the NPC. So maybe we just actually have, that's the distance to the playable character. And then we want U64 action node ID. Behavior action distance to PC, the playable character. Okay, maybe that's better. So we have the action node ID, the type, and the distance. Behavior action distance to PC. It's not the best name, but it's fine. And then we've got the NPC, so there's no NPC because it's just for the playable character. So yeah, we got these. So it's just action node ID that's different. Okay, and this is just an action node ID. So canvas draw text box action node ID. That's better. So that means now we can just say the distance from this action node to the playable character. Which means that the action nodes now need a get position. So in the behavior types, we need something like standard optional vec2 get position. Which is just in this case return get game state get NPC position. No, actually they need to be in the same location. So this needs to be actually game location get location. So the location also stores whether it's in the same room or not. We don't have to copy this, so this could just be an optref. So this is get NPC location, NPC like that. So it doesn't know about game location, that's fine. Just forward declare that. Now then, some of these actions won't have get location defined. So let's just move this here. We need to actually, you need to go through the behavior controller to get this. So we're going to have optref, game location, get node, get action node location, that build with the const there. Does. That's fine. Where were we? There. So, get action node location. Now then, this might not be an action node that's anything to do with locations. So, we need to make sure that get location is defined before we actually call this. So maybe we should pass in the brain instance as well, the behavior instance. Yeah, we should pass in the instance. And it's standard, same as optref game location. Okay, check that builds. So get action node location, right? Now needs to loop through all of these. Needs to do this. So an action doesn't know what node it's on. Get action node location. So we want U64 node ID there. And the instance ID. Instance ID and the node ID. So what we need to do now is go if auto instance is instances dot find instance ID. We need to find the node. Do we have that? Instance dot brain find node ID. So if we can find the node, now we have to say if node is, so if auto data equals node, try and wrap behavior action, because it only applies to behavior actions, wherever that is, behavior action. If the behavior action has So we have to say if constexpr behavior action as get location so we only actually need to do this. This could happen all the way here. Up here, actually. No, that's happening multiple times. Not quite there. This actually can happen here though. So we're going to find the node, and then we're going to go, for each behavior action, I'm going to try and unwrap it there. No, actually, to be fair, it could probably be there, and that's totally fine. So what we want is optref game location result. We return the result, and then we just say result equals data get location. This no instance oh no, there is a second try and wrap. Action equals data storage dot try unwrap t like that. Result equals action get location instance. There we go. So that means that some of these actions now where are we? Some of these actions can have a get location. So that just calls get NPC location over this location. Of the this NPC's location. So that means when we evaluate this condition, let's just try and get it. So we're going to say auto source location equals, well, let's just do, well, equals get game state, get playable character, get player location, and then we're going to go auto dest location equals get game state now this is get behavior controller it's the behavior controller for okay Get action node location. So this has to go through the full game actually. So it'd be something like optref game location, get location of, what do we call it? Get action node location. And then that's just going to be node ID. Okay, so this has to go through every behavior controller and call get. And then for auto instance equals BC get behavior instances. For every instance, we need to do auto lock equals BC get action node location instance ID instance dot ID node ID. So maybe we don't pass the instance ID. Maybe. Could just say get action node location and pass in the node ID. That might be better. So the behavior controller would just be that. And this would be for auto instance and instances. Like that. This is just instance.brain. Oops. Get mixed up there between my colons and my equal signs. Okay. That's just instance. And then in the game now, we can just do that. Music's a bit loud for me. Alright, so that means now in the condition, because the desk location is get game, get action node location for the node ID. What do we call it? Action node ID. If source location and desk location and source location room is equal to the desk location's room. Good. So this is a false. Okay. And then we need to evaluate all these. So if it's unknown, we return false. If it's default, there is no default. If it's greater, we return source location well, we'll just measure the distance. D equals vec equals VM cast vec 2. Well, D equals, we'll say source location, position, distance, desk location, position. D, so return D is greater than distance. No, I think it's the other way around, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. How are we actually going to say this? Test is greater than distance. Greater than distance. Yeah. Return D is less than distance. Return D equals distance. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to go you're going to do floor there. Return D is greater than or equal to distance. Return D is less than or equal to distance. Do you want to do floor or do you want to do round? Maybe we want to do round. Okay. So I'm just going to say df is that, and that's df. So we round the distance. Then we set it to be an integer, and then we're testing because it's integer distance. All right. So that means we can just set this now. In the editor. Behavior action distance to PC in the editor. We have to say that the distance is always greater than 5. The guy can wait. Spidey can wait there. And then once the wait is done, that's it. That's that kind of whole section of the tree, the flea tree, done at the moment. And then we need to get the Spidean into a hostile state somehow. That'll be the next thing to do. Get him into a hostile state. So this is a free state. We need to work on a hostile state, which is probably, if you go up to him, he turns into a hostile state. So it'd be just whether the distance is less than a certain amount. Distance between NPCs. So who is still... Who is still thinking that that is a thing? In the game condition renderer. That needs to get built. So if this works, if we go up to too close to the Spidean, he will try and flee again. Once we set up this condition in the editor. So we also probably need to draw a little circle around Spidean, which is like, if we enter this circle, he flees. Just for debugging purposes, to check that it's working properly. Maybe? I don't know. So, get this built. It's nearly there. So we'll set this condition now in the editor. So right now it'll go up and it'll wait there. If we go to the brain and we put the condition 9, the action node ID is this action node. The distance is greater than 5. So if the distance is greater than 5, this node can fire. The distance between the playable character and this action node. Okay. Alright, so we're checking it now. So the distance is 13. So the result is true, which means we can continue So now if we go up to him, oh look, he moves away again. He wants to go over there now. You can see there actually that we are slightly in the collidable zone, which is unfortunate. Oh, he warped there. He is warping. He is... So rather than pick the closest one, I think I'm going to randomly pick for more variation. So right now we'll just go to the closest cover point. Where is it? Next cover point. So we're finding the closest. So what I think we want to do is a T-array, vec2, candidates, like that. And then we're just going to go candidates dot add P2 like that, and then we're going to go if candidates we'll do auto index equals bm, pick a dynamic number, dynamic random between 0 and candidates get count -1, like that. I'll pick a random index, and then we're just going to go next cover point equals candidates index, and that should pick a random one rather than the nearest one. It's broken a bit though. Ah, look. So that's broken him, unfortunately. That's because we're kind of picking all the time a new cover point. Rather than the nearest one. But the next time we come along, so in order to recalculate this cover point, we would basically have to not do this if we are running. Which would mean that it would pick a point, and if we were to run as the player to that point, we would meet them there. Whereas this would always change its location this way. So maybe actually we don't do the random. We just pick the furthest point from the playable character. So rather than the closest to this position, we pick the furthest away from the playable character. Which is PC lock. Get position. And then it's greater. PC lock. Position. There and here. So we're saying if this one is greater than the next one. So we pick the one that's furthest away all the time. Let's see how that looks. So it's chosen to go up there. It's well hid. And then if we go up here, it took a long time there to find the path. He'll go down there. That feels kind of a little bit more natural. And then if he's allowed to get there, he'll stop there. So he wants to go up there. If we were to go round to that location, now he'd move away from it. So he's actually trying to run away from me there. Oops. Yeah, that's good. We'll keep it at that for now. So if I like sneak up on him. Oh, so one of the things is he wants to move past me this way. It would be better for him to go that way. That would be a little bit more work though. Get him to move. See, the path is taking a while. So what's that? 1.7 seconds to compute there. Maybe need to start moving these to a background thread. Can work on that. And he does just warp there if he can't find a path. Whoops. yeah, we can see there that these are not quite right. These collision hashes, these cells are not quite right. Sometimes I want this box to not go into here. Which means we need one more area of padding on some of these. Alright, well, check that in. And then I'm going to have a 2-minute break. I think this version of cover is okay. There are a few improvements. Like, I definitely want Spidey to move away from me when he's finding cover, rather than try and run past. So he'll find cover, and then if I go here, I want him to run around the back of the barrels to find the path. So we need to come up with a clever way to alter the path finding for that. But also, there's a problem with these white cells are not quite correct, because when he goes and finds cover here, well, in this case it's not moved into it, but he could move into it. So he goes and finds cover up there. You can see he's clearly moving this green. This green box is clearly moving into those red collidable zones there. Okay, let's have a 2-minute break and we'll sort these problems out. I've actually just had a quick thought making coffee there about these collidable cells. It is actually working correctly. It's just because the Spidey tries to settle in the middle of a cell. So these white cells, Spidey tries to settle in the middle of a cell. So he'll settle in the middle of the cell there, And when he's green zone, it'll stretch a little bit in. But he did pick the right cell. And the cells are big enough. Like the algorithm is working. It's just, if we definitely, like here, look, he's a tiny bit in the collidable zone. And that's because he's settled in the middle of a cell. So the way to kind of fix that is to add one more layer of cells on around. On that, only on the bottom and the top though. So let's just see if we can do that easily. That's in the level generator where we do these collisions here. So that would just be -1. -1, would it? No. Where would that be? Try +1, +1. Let's rebuild the levels and we'll just see how that affects the where those white cells are placed in the world. Didn't affect it at all by the looks of it. So that didn't work. So let's just step through this. I have to keep changing the level version to get the levels to compile again to regenerate these boxes. So it only does it if it needs changing. Doesn't detect code changes, detects data changes in the editor. So it'll regenerate the level if you change the level in the editor, but it won't do it if you change the code. So I have to do that version. So not that one. This one. So this is the Spidean one, right? So inflated bounds. So we inflate it by the width and the height, which is really the half width and the half height. And we go through and we just check so we inflate every point So maybe it's here, this test direct The width and height needs to be +1 to there. Let's try that. There we go. That's done it. So now, hopefully, the Spidey should go nowhere near. I mean, it should be able to get fairly near. Oops. I want to try and get it to settle on. So when it goes up there like that, it's settled there and it's not near the barrels. So they definitely won't go in the red zone anymore. Yeah, brill. That's that fixed. The next problem was getting the Spidey not to walk past me if he wants to go into cover. That's actually more difficult to solve, that problem. Luke Wolf Games, how's it going? Oh, thanks for the raid. Brilliant. Hope you're alright. If anyone wants to stick around and talk about coding, that's grand. I love that. Just working on combat at the moment. Specifically getting the enemy to evade me at the moment. So if the enemy's this Spidey, and if I go up to it, it'll move away. There are various problems. The warp thing where it just jumped to that position is not really a problem at the moment. Although obviously it's not ideal. The problem that I've got is, so he chooses to go and hide up here behind these barrels. The one that I'm thinking about trying to solve is, I don't want him to walk past me when he goes to his next cover point. It'd be better for him to go around the back of the barrels. Been a rough day already. Hope you're alright, man. Yeah, the game's coming along. It's good. So yeah, I'm working on behavior trees, so you can build these brains. So this is the combat test brain here, and you can see that this action's being triggered by that Spidey. Now that Spidey's using this action, which is find cover, and then when he finds cover, he goes to the conditional wait, and then he waits until the playable character. This is a condition where the distance between the action node and the playable character is greater than 5. He'll continue to do this action. So then when it gets to less than 5, he'll restart and he'll come back down and start doing cover. I'm having I had a rubbish day yesterday. I was at the dentist getting my tooth fixed, but I'm better today. My tooth is fixed, which is good. I've been trying to get this tooth fixed for about 3 weeks, and I keep making these appointments and they keep cancelling the appointments, and finally got it fixed. Oh yeah, me too. But it's fixed now. Yeah, man, it was really expensive. It was £400 to get this tooth fixed. £400, that's a lot of money. Yeah, I know. So we have the NHS in the UK. Don't cover dentists, really. Yeah, I know. So they're really, really expensive. So it didn't... The £400 was for... I had x-rays as well. And they like cleaned my teeth as well. And I had this tooth fixed. It was a bunch of stuff, but it was still expensive. So we do have NHS dentists, and it would have been about £100 if I was... But I'm not member. I wasn't a member of the NHS register on this dentist, unfortunately. So it was really expensive. So the NHS is like our health system, and it's free, almost always free, apart from dentists, which is weird. Yeah, it's insane. So yeah, it goes around the back of the crates there, but that's just random. I want him to go around. So yeah, it's going to be more challenging to alter the path of this Spidey guy. Medicare, yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, so we have NHS dentists and private dentists. And NHS dentists and private dentists are the same people. But they only have a certain amount of spaces for NHS patients, you see. And dentists are in really, really short supply in the UK. So I do have an NHS dentist, but he's like 2 hours away. Whereas this was a bit of like... It was initially like I wanted to get it fixed right away because I'd broken my tooth, my back tooth. But it did take like a month to do it. I could have just gone to the NHS one 2 hours away and got it done, but it's the way it worked out. I thought I'd get it fixed a lot quicker. Yeah, it is definitely. But yeah, this dentist is accepting private patients, but like new private patients. So if you're a new patient, just move to the area, they'll accept you on private, but they won't accept you on NHS for some reason. So they do have spaces, they just fill them up with private because obviously they make more money. Anyway. Yeah, I know. Yeah, man. It's fixed now, though. That's the main thing. That's why I want streaming yesterday. But yeah, I hope your coding's going alright. Yeah, they have some dentists here have monthly subscriptions as well. The local dentist here I don't think does though. But I do have an NHS dentist, like I say, the 2 hours away, because usually you only have to go once a year. So it's okay if it's 2 hours away if it's once a year. But this was like more like urgent care, I suppose. And then if you get in the end, it would have cost me 100 quid or something. £100. It was like 4 times the price. All right. All right, cool. I've not seen those. Construct 3. So what are these? Are they? Oh, nice. All right, that's really cool, isn't it? I'm a bit out of loop with all these, all this new stuff. Right, okay. So this is like, all right. So you do have to buy it, okay? Paid annually, £100. Cool. Yeah, you rent it. That's the same in it. Same with everything these days. You rent it, don't you? You don't buy it anymore. You just keep paying them forever. Phaser 2D. Yeah, I rent Photoshop. So this is open source, so you have to pay for that. You don't assume you don't have to pay. Ah, this is good. Yeah, I love how they include the Box 2D physics system in their monthly one, even though that's just like you can go and get that off GitHub. Ah, cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's great in it to do that. So I got a lifetime license for Spine in the early days. I can still get her. I think you just buy this, don't you? So when they were in a long time ago, and it was a lot cheaper than this because they were still developing it, I think. But you know, because I got the lifetime license, I just keep updating it. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Whatever's gonna give you the easiest path to making your games, I suppose. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, cool. Might check out some of these in my free time. Coding optional. So you can code with JavaScript. But then you don't have to. So what do they do if you want to release a game? Do they let you release games? Do they give you a binary at the end? Construct animate. Also, it was browser bit. So is the games browser based as well? So you make browser games with it? Is that the idea? Oh, brilliant! Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, I prefer the non-royalty based options. And if it's browser based, I presume even if Construct 3 goes out of business one day, your games will still work, which is a big plus. Yeah, get the full profits. And it just means you're not tied in forevermore, you know. Forevermore, like if you release a game on Unity, it's a great engine, but in 150 years, someone still want to try and get money off you. I mean, you'll be dead, but whoever owns your games. And maybe you'll be alive, I don't know. People trying to send you letters to try and get money all the time. I'm just sick of all that stuff. Yeah. It's a big problem, like, and obviously it's like a sword. It's a sword of Damocles all the time, because they could retroactively do anything in the future. They have all the power over your games company. And, you know, all your creative effort, they have all the power. Really, it's not good. Yeah. It is one of the reasons why I like to make my own engines, I suppose. Like, the goal in the past has never been to make games. It's been to make the games technologies, because that's what I really like. But I will try and make a game with this engine, but it'd be nice to know that it will always work. As long as there's a C++ compiler for some hardware somewhere, it will work. Whereas if your game's tied to Unity, in 25 years, Unity might make a decision that you don't agree with, and all of a sudden, all of your work for the last 25 years doesn't work anymore. Which is a scary thought. Yeah. Don't get me started on investing in property. I'm not a fan, really. Not in the UK. Property's so scarce in the UK because we're so densely populated. We're getting back into a new class system where those that have property and those that could never have property. They would get hammered, but they are also very clever, and it will slowly happen over many years. It's too slow for people to notice. So they'll get hammered, they'll take a step back, and then they'll slowly take a step forward. Look what's happened to Windows over the last 20 years. If all of a sudden Windows XP had have brought in everything that they have with Windows 11, they would have got hammered. But they didn't, they did it slowly, and here we are. At the end of the day, the goal for them is to make money over everything else. Whereas if you're just an indie game developer, the goal should be a creative one. And that's a clash. That is a big clash. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, they just don't care about people who can't log in online. because the goal is for them to make money, and it's easier. They make more money by streaming ads to you and recommending content than they lose not having those people who aren't online. Yeah, me too. And also, I don't want to use another engine because, yeah, if I ever do make anything that gets released, I don't want them to be knocking on my door when I'm like 75 wanting their royalty checks, if that ever happens. You know what I mean? Rent Windows. Yeah, I wonder if everything ultimately goes on the cloud, you could see that happening, couldn't you? We don't have PCs at home anymore, we just have screens onto the cloud, and like if you take a step back with things like Game Pass, like 10 years ago, if you'd have thought nobody would own their games anymore on Xbox, and then you wind forward now and it's like, wow, nobody buys games. That's crazy. That's a crazy transition. Yeah. I think one of the things with game engines is people who are younger and they want to start making games, they just go to Unity or Unreal, and if they go to university to start learning, they want to make games, they teach Unity and Unreal. So you have this situation where the younger generation coming up think that to make games you use those engines, and they've missed out on maybe 5 years of learning about coding, and they know all of a sudden they know loads and loads about Unreal and they don't know anything about coding, and there's really no way back. You'd have to start learning coding from scratch years later than you would have done, and then people eventually will think game engines are Unreal Engine. Yeah. It's good if you just want to dabble and you don't want to be an independent game developer. You just want to be a hobbyist and you're never going to really earn enough money from it. But if you want to try and make a business out of it and a career out of it, you should ask yourself these questions, I think. Yeah. Like they provide the engines for free. So huge amounts of people get hooked on the technology and they have not spent the time learning the game technologies industry or area in general, I think. I mean, there's both sides, I suppose, because some people would never want to make a game engine because they don't want to. They're not codey type people, and that's great. You can go and use Unity if you're just not that type of person. Make your own stuff. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to make your own stuff, that's hard, innit? You've got to try and you need an alternative way to pay your bills. Or you give up sleep. Loads of people give up sleep, don't they? They don't sleep. for many years I chose the no sleep option. So I would work in the day, so 9 till 5, and then I would come home and I would have some dinner and code from 6 till 1 o'clock in the morning, and then go and have a shower or whatever, and then watch some TV, and then go to bed at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then do it all again. And I did that for years. But now it's a bit different. Now I don't have to do that. I can do this in the day for most of the time anyway. I mean, I'm not complaining because it was awesome. It was like one of the most creative times of my life, because that's when I learned all about how to make game engines and stuff. Yeah. I was young. I was younger. I could never do it now because I can't work for that long. When I was younger, I could do that, and I have a kid as well, so I would never want to come home from work and then ignore my kid and go to the computer. But back then, didn't have any of that, so I just used to code all the time. That wasn't at work. All right. How would I get the Spidey? So to make the Spidey avoid me. That might be too much. So it's a fairly difficult problem to make the Spidey not cross over my path, and it's not really to do with the behavior trees. So I might make a note of this in the to-do section. So improve pathfinding system so NPCs don't cross over the playable character's path, e.g. when fleeing to cover in combat. I have an idea how I might do that, but it's not to do with behavior trees. I think if I don't want the Spidey to pass over, so there, it's passing over me there. And that's not necessarily how he'd want to go to cover. He'd want to go there. I would have to add in some dynamic collider nodes here around him to try and get the Spidey to move away from me. But that's to do with the pathfinding collision system. That's a different system, so we won't work on that yet. Right now, we'll just improve the combat. So the next thing to do is we want to get the Spidey to go into like an aggressive state. Rather than keep running away. So what we might do is just put the false condition on that for now, which will cancel him out. This is just Spidey test cover. Do that, and we'll put a new one on. Make a new tree called Spidey test hostile, and we'll just put an action node on. So why would we do this? We would say something like, we'd have a condition on. And the action node is this action node. And we become hostile when we are less than, say, 5 units away. If you're less than 5 units away from the playable character, you become hostile. So we probably just want action combat NPC become hostile or something. And if you're already hostile, that can succeed and go to the next node. So we'll put that in. So we'll put in another node. It's a sequence node. Again. So do we want to do that? We want NPC become hostile. So that could take a while. And then NPC. Well, when you're hostile, you're going to do something like try and attack. So I don't know. So let's do action. What is it? Behavior types. NPC. Action, behavior action. NPC. So I don't know if you need to have it as finely grained as become hostile. We'll try it. NPC become hostile. And that's whatever NPC it is. Don't need the location. Well, we'll just say fail for now for all of them. Canvas, draw combo box, NPC, mob the NPC. So that's NPC become hostile. So we need the idea of whatever NPCs having these hostile states. So we might make a combat controller. Alright, where's this problem? The behavior action renderer. I think that's in here. Nope. Referencing function, behavior action renderer. So where is behavior action renderer? I thought it was here. Maybe we haven't actually implemented it. Draw. We have implemented it. It's right there. Oh, it's because we made it inline, marked it inline. It's not inline. So we do need a combat controller, I think. Because we're going to have to get the combat controller for the NPC and ask what state the NPC is in. Okay, so this would be now, the action would be become hostile, and it want to be Spidey to become hostile. Alright, so let's just check that become hostile actually does enter, because we've not tested it with multiple trees yet. No. So that condition. So we become hostile when we are less than 5 away. So let's just walk up to the Spidey. Where are we? Let's launch the game. It will only become hostile when we walk up to him. No. Okay, so it's a good place to check for multiple trees. So this tree should fail because it's just false. So this tree shouldn't fail. Okay. So it might be failing because this condition is failing. Okay. So the behavior controller then. Tick. Behavior combat. So we are calling begin. So we are ticking this instance. Current node is root. And then we go to the sequence node. So it couldn't set a first valid child node there. Probably because we're not near him. We are definitely near him. There. Oh, I need to... Whoops. Okay, there. So we're definitely nearer than 5. We're definitely less than 5 units away from him there. So we call begin. Say we're running. This tick comes back as a fail. So this is the thing that comes back as a fail. Set current node. Every condition true. So this might be the thing that is returning false. breakpoint there. Okay. So they're in this. So there's no destination location for that action node ID. That's what's causing the problem. So what is the node ID? 87. It is there. Oh, we don't have a location for it. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little sketchy. So we need to implement that for here. What's the other get location? I think it's just get game state, get game location, get NPC location, NPC. Right. Yeah. It is a bit sketchy. We might forget to implement that, but then it'd only be a bug that we could fix. There we go. So we're becoming hostile on that condition now. Like we could, for instance, hard code how we become hostile. Rather than editor encode it. I mean, this gives us the option to do both, I suppose. All right. So, the entity, we're going to have a combat controller for it, for an entity. New class time. And this is going to have the state. What state it is in. No, we don't need that. So, usage for ID equals 0. Let's just have a look at the behavior controller to copy. We'll copy similar things. So combat controller default, combat controller passing in an ID. Pool operator, other ID. That's probably all we'll do for now. Check that builds, and then we want enum class e-combat state unknown or normal. It's normal name. The default is not in combat, so none. Hostile. Okay. And then we're just gonna go get combat state. Void set combat state. Maybe. Probably don't want to set it. We'll do bool is combat state. All right. So in game state, include combat controller. And then we'll have an array of them. Oops. Combat controllers. And then we just want to do this really. Behavior is combat. Good. And then in the entity state types, we just want to create one. Game state, create combat controller. All right, so we have a combat controller now for the Spidean character. So in the behavior action types, we're going to say auto combat state equals get game state, get combat controller, brain.instance ID. No, it's just this NPC. If not CC, return the fail. If CC get combat state is already equal to hostile, return eBehavior state success. And then return eBehavior state running, right? Okay. think, to be fair, they're the same, aren't they, at the moment? So now we need to try set the combat state, because this is going to have to affect the combat controller, and it's going to have to set animations and stuff. So the rig types, routines. So we've got animation routines, Spidey roaming routine. So we need to make a Spidey become hostile routine. Can we send these animation events? Because it might be nice to actually send an animation event. I think these get sent from the animated rig though. These are a different type of event. What is an animation event? An event type. Remember how this routine system works. So I think what we kind of want is combat. Like that. Not roaming combat, combat routine. So this is where all the animations for combat are gonna live. So in the animated rig types, you want to add that in, combat routine in. So we get it for the animation controller. So controller, play animation routine. So it's just that. Okay. So who calls play animation routine? So we send an event called play animation routine. Man, this is... So we got play animation routine. So I wonder if we should call this get set animation routine. So all play animation routine does is it calls override animation routine. So here we aren't actually sending the event, we're just setting it. But there is an event. We can send. Where was it? I just saw it. Here we go. G event, play an animation routine. Entity ID, routine name. And all that does is it just sets play animation routine. So we've got two options there. Spidey and combat routine. So this is just basically this is going to handle all the animation transitions for combat to do with like, so including becoming hostile, which is an animation transition. Where I should get spine going, I'll show you. So if I open up Spidey and rig, he goes idle alert. That's him hostile. I've also got two idle alerts, so it's like so it's two animations. It's like that and then idle alert. So it goes bam. Obviously you will. So you just play that once. And then he goes to there, and that's his idle in the alert state. Let's just rename. How do you rename that? With a lower A. Re-export that out. Okay. Anyway, we haven't got there yet. So the combat controller. The bit wielder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working on combat today. So I think we'll do this here. We'll go CC set combat state, E combat state, hostile, and then that has got to Invossi, how's it going? Bit wieldy, you alright? Hope you're feeling a bit better today. Hope your cold's going. Invossi, I hope you're alright, man. Playing some chess. Oh, nice. Chess. Oh, yeah. Man, I'm terrible at chess. I don't have the patience for chess, unfortunately. I was playing Red Dead 2 yesterday, and I was playing poker in that, and that was awesome. I like poker. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Defo. I do know the rules. I've played chess a few times. My brain's not wired that way. Seems to be. Makes my brain go to mush. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know it's a really deeply tactical game, isn't it? For sure. Okay. So we want to do void set combat state. E combat state. Invossi, that's awesome. teaching my daughter drafts. Do you know draft checkers? Do you call it checkers? We call it drafts in the UK. You know this game. She's only 5, so she's not going to get chess yet, but she gets checkers. She gets drafts. Which is good. Eventually we'll move on to chess. So we're going to go, if state is not equal to combat state, or if state equals combat state, fantastic. If it doesn't, we need to do state equals combat state. No, combat state equals state equals state. Let's swap these around. And then we might want to send an event here. So get game events dot send g event. All right, okay. TDD. Remind me of that. My memory's terrible. Oh, test-driven development. All right, yeah. I remember. Nifoxic. How's it going? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, making everything. Well, as much as almost everything. Apart from a few compression libraries and... apart from a few compression libraries. And then I use Spine for my animation, which is a tool. And they have their runtime there. Apart from that, yeah. Got any questions, just ask, no problem. Oh, really? Yeah, nice one. Mock IO operations. Yeah. So you could do something, you could write a pretend function that pretends to write a file to disk and just returns the current time. You know, just the current timestamp, and pretends that it wrote it to disk. Maybe. So Nifoxic, I'm writing combat. I'm implementing combat. I only started really yesterday because last week I wrote a behavior tree system in the editor, and combat is a way to test out that system. I think build out combat with it. So we worked on getting the enemy to go into cover and to flee. And now I just want to working on how do we get the enemy to become hostile to the player. Peer-to-peer architecture. Graphics programming part all done. Struggling with the WinSock. So I think you can use sockets. Is not my area of expertise, unfortunately. So what particularly are you having problem with? I have written sockets though. So the idea is you write some kind of handshake mechanism, don't you? I'll just read, looking at this. This doesn't look Windows though. Yeah, so you have two applications, a client and a server, and then they can just talk to each other by sending messages to the right port. Is that right? Default port. So what you want, if you want to do it in a single program, you need two threads. Probably. One sending data, one as the client and one as the server. Yeah, if you let me know specifically what you're having problem with, I'll help you out. I don't mind that, Invosi, that's totally fine. Ah, right, okay. I know the problem you're having. This is a great problem in MMOs and MMORPGs. This is one of the reasons why it's considered hard. So you need to write a prediction system. So you need to predict on the client where the item's going to be. And then when you finally get the message through from the server to sync every position, you need to sync. So the server's running the physics simulation and the client's running the physics simulation, and you need to control how they deviate from each other. Yeah. So usually the client's predicting. That's essentially what lag is. So if a game's lagging, the client's trying to predict where, say, the ball needs to go, and then the server comes along a second later and says the ball actually needs to be here, and then the client just like warps the ball to there immediately. Yeah. And obviously if you have lag, then you don't get those messages from the server very often. So this physics simulation can go out of sync quite easy and snap back into sync. Yeah, no problem. The problem's considered hard, I think, in MMO land. But yeah, you need to run a simulation both on the client and the server at the same time. And then all you have to do then is send the sync messages. You don't have to send through the whole simulation. You just have to send through the messages which are going to sync the simulations together, which would be a lot less data. So we're going to go combat state changed. Yeah, I remember you saying Invosi, yeah. Mock IO operations. Yeah, like to mock an IO operation, you would pretend you've written to disk and you would just get the API to return back whether it did it, and then if you want extra data, it'd have to make all that up. So if you want the right time, you could just send the actual time. Like now, you could, what is it? Get high res ticks. So in my engine, it's BM get high res ticks, which is that could be like a write time. So that's a signed 64-bit number. What is it? Query performance counter on Windows. There's probably an standard template library version of it. And you could return back that number and that could be the right time. What is it, like standard chrono now or something? Standard chrono system clock now. And what does that return? A chrono time point. And is that just an integer? And then you could hash it to get an integer. Well, you couldn't hash it. But you can do an arithmetic on it though. So you can tell which... Alright, yeah. You could do arithmetic on it and stuff, so you could tell if the file was written before another file or something like that. Oh, you're not using C++? Yeah, cool, alright. C++ will have the same stuff. It'll be able to get a timestamp for now. Alright, cool. Python get time ticks. Get ticks, is that right? Time clock. Oh man, don't know if that's it. Time in seconds since the epoch. Time in nano, integer number of nanoseconds. Try that one. That you could simulate file times with that. I haven't done Python in a long time. I've written games in Python a long time ago, just for fun. Python has a different kind of use case than C++, I think. Python's good at getting a lot of stuff up and running very quickly, but you wouldn't use it if you wanted to write anything particularly performance heavy, I don't think. Lots of coders have C++, and then they'll have Python in a terminal, and they'll use Python to generate stuff like, give me 1,000 random numbers, and then they'll copy paste that into the program. They use Python like that. Yeah. Nice. So combat state changed, and then we want the MPC is MPC. The ID. I could say entity ID, and then the actual old state. Which is combat state, and the new state is state. And then we'll set the state. well, we set the state first, and then we'll do auto old state equals combat state. That's probably the best thing to do. Yeah, I quite like Python. So my father-in-law, right, he's 71, and he wants to get into coding because he's that way inclined. At like 70, well, it was a year ago, like 70, and he started with Python and he loved it because he didn't want to spend 10 years learning C++. So, you know, yeah, which I commend him for. That's pretty awesome at that age to want to do something like that. And now he does stuff like, so he's been coding for a year or two, and he does stuff like he built Pontoon in Python, the game Pontoon, you know, and he built a website and using Python as the back end to the website. Now, if I'd have sat him down and said, "Oh, you want to learn coding? Why don't you learn C or C++?" He would have quit probably. So I think Python has its place for new people who want to get into coding, and then eventually you can go lower level if you want. Metaprogramming. So you can do it in C++. It's considered difficult, I think, because the syntax is really ugly. Trying to think of a good example that I have. So I do things like template metaprogramming, yeah. So like this, see how ugly it is? But this will take any condition, test them all that they're all true. And then the metaprogramming bit is it will basically define functions for every single version of this that you use with different arguments and stuff like that. And you do stuff like you loop through the condition, the actual condition types. I don't know if that's real proper metaprogramming though. Yeah. Or I do I have these lists. Here, right? So this creates a new type, which is a bunch of these types, which is a metaprogramming thing. And then I have systems work on these types. It's very difficult to give advice on it, really. All I understood was variadic and functional, forward and concepts. Yeah. Let's read a bit about it. I don't want to give you advice if I don't really have any good advice to give, if you know what I mean. Let's read Wikipedia. Yeah. Yeah. So I do have a bit of this stuff. I'll show you where I use it. So the template specialization stuff. Let's have a look. So we'll go to what we're working on now, the behavior types. And I have this thing called reflect type, right? And then reflect type, this template here is template with nothing in it. It's part of template specialization, which is a metaprogramming technique. So there's a base. So layout members does nothing, right? In the base. And then I can override it with a particular type. And this is like inheritance. So if I remove this, so I don't have that in, it will call this base. Now, this is a compile time generated check. So whereas you do inheritance by doing this, class public B, right? That create anything in there. That'll create a vtable, which is a runtime check, whereas this is a compile time check. So this takes out the runtime overhead, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so this is a reflections. This is part of a reflection system. So the game editor uses this, and also like writing text files uses this, and printing like classes to the screen uses this, and stuff like that. So this is a good way to to take away the vtable check. And then in the maths stuff, I've got a bit more of that. So I've got like const per sign, which I don't think is in the standard yet. So this will at compile time try and evaluate the sign of a number. Here, using can't remember what the algorithm's called. And these are all const experts. So if you do like sine of pi, it can calculate it at compile time. Otherwise, so this is content evaluated, like is this going to happen at compile time? And if it is, use this way to get sine, else just do standard sine. So I think that's what that was talking about, using factorial, you know. Except this is recursively calling itself. This uses factorial here, and it's the same thing. Oh, I don't actually do a recursive version, but it's still const expert. You don't have to recursively call itself. It's not public, no, unfortunately. But I had someone on stream the other day who was doing a reflection system, and he was using a compiler to do it for him. Oh, I can't remember what the compiler was. Like libclang or something, where you can actually get Clang to compile your code You know, you can write code to compile code to generate new files of code. So that's another way to do it. That's the way that things like Unreal Engine do it. You know, so when you want to do reflection in Unreal Engine, it'll have a pre-compilation step where it will generate new code based on your code, and then it'll compile it into your library. I don't do that though on this engine anyway. I'll just do a little bit more simpler version where I actually expose everything I want to expose using these structures. And I use that all the time actually. If that's what template metaprogramming really is, I do that all the time. I've never really had any formal C++ programming, so I'm not really sure the exact computer science stuff behind it. Yeah, so this is that example before that I had with my reflect type. It's similar. Yeah, so that is I don't know if it is libclang that specifically that Unreal Engine use, but it's the same thing. Where they write code to compile code, and when you tag with uProperty, it's a hook into what libclang, what the preprocessor's looking for, and then it will read in the code and it'll spit out more code which describes the class, describes the property. So have a look at this, have a look at libclang. You see there, they've got some structure and then they've written a program to actually compile it in code rather than using a compiler. And then that gives you the AST, which is the tree of how the code is described. So you can traverse the tree and figure out all of the reflection stuff. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? And it is worth noting that reflection is coming to C++. So they say. In 2026. So they say. So have a look at this as well. It's really interesting actually, because the C++ are deciding to use the caret operator there, or whatever that operator is called. Whatever it is, whatever that operator is called. This is an actual, Microsoft has actually used this for .NET C++. So this might break a lot of programs. Yeah. It also depends on how long it takes for the compilers to start implementing all this stuff. It probably won't immediately be available next year, but it might be. Reflection's a long asked for thing in C++, so they might be working on it. XOR. Yeah, it's XOR. The bit operator is XOR. This has a name, but I'm not sure what it is. I think it's caret. I don't know though. Yeah, caret. So you can this is C++ committees kind of, this is how we're going to do reflection, which looks really complicated, but it might not be. I don't know, read through it properly one day. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to do the reflection the Unreal Engine way, libclang. Standard source control. That's interesting. Not heard of that. Oh, cool. Don't know, is that a thing? I can't find anything about that. That'd be cool. That might be to do with source control versioning and things. Have you seen the C++ safety switch? No. No, I've not seen that. Safe C++. Is this what you mean? Wow. Standard source control CPP reference. So I know that C++ is having a problem. That a lot of government organisations are not recommending the language anymore because of its safety, and are wanting people to use Go and things like that. So C++ is trying to address that, aren't they? You know, with this stuff, because they don't want like governments to not recommend using it. Oh, thank you. Source location. Yes, I have used source location before. Yeah. It's very limited. That's the only problem. It just wraps a load of C macros, I think. Yeah, I do have that. I do use it sometimes to generate a hash. To generate that's to generate hash. To generate IDs for UI. So you can just generate an ID based on where it was called in the code. So draw separator is called millions of times in the code. But yeah, when I call draw separator, the UI system needs to know which separator I mean, and I automatically generate a UI by using standard source location. So I like hash it to generate the ID. So if you write draw separator on 2 different lines of code, it'll have 2 separate IDs. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So this just wraps some C macros, I think. Oh, it uses built-in versions. These here, look. Is that it? You know when you do underscore line, it comes from C. I don't know if they are macros or they're actually specifically the compiler that picks them up. So like that, it just wraps stuff like that. Define line. So the IntelliSense is telling me that is define line, so it's a predefined macro. So that, you know, he wraps stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, let's get to work. Remember what I was doing. So we were sending a message in the combat controller. Combat state changed. So I'm just gonna not include this because we haven't implemented it yet. I'm just gonna get a build going because we've played with the code there, so it's gonna have messed it up a bit. And then I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, and then we'll come back and we'll continue with writing combat. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, fresh, massive cup of coffee. Use it in login, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, use it in login. A lot of people do that, yeah. That's a good way to use it. I don't think I use it in login. Don't really do much logging, to be honest, in here. I use it for, yeah, generating them IDs. I don't know if you saw that, whatever that was. Generating IDs. So if I was to do draw separator on one line, and then in the next line I call draw separator, so you don't have to include this as an argument. It gives each line of code 2 separate IDs. That's why I use it. And use it there as well. Draw quest separator. So that's actually in the game rather than the engine. Okay, so we built anyway. So combat state changed. It's very hard if you wanted to make money, I think, to make an engine. Try and sell an engine now that Unreal has the market for everything, and Unity. You need to find something specific that's different, like Godot's come out. Godot's got really popular recently because when Unity decided to start changing their pricing model, people looked for an open source, completely open source game engine, and Godot was it. So they found their unique selling point, even though they don't sell it there. You need to find another one of them if you want to do that. If you could come up with a really lovely way to make games using mobile phones, that would be awesome. But yeah. Build games for phones on the phones. Can you imagine how crazy that would have to be? Alright. So, game event types. Let's make this. Combat state changed event. Well, not there. We'll make it there. Make it right at the bottom. And what did it have in it? Those things. So U64 entity ID. So it's the entity that the combat state has changed on, and then combat state. I think it was called. Invocy. Alright. Foxic. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I stream most weekdays. Yeah. Take care. Yeah, if you want to chat coding, just no problem. Love it. Alright. So I think it was called eCombat State, yeah. So let's just forward declare that at the top. Okay, now we can send that event now. If we include game events in here, we can. So, right. So I think possibly the animation routine needs to listen for this. So it can, not the routine though, it needs to set. It's the animation controller, I think, needs to listen to this. To set the right routine. So is there anywhere in here that we are listening? So we call setup routines, which calls setup routines for an animated rig type. So probably here. Well, maybe not there. Let's make a setup events. Problem with this is it might register it twice. Yeah, I don't know actually. So if we do get game events, listen, does that return? It returns an ID, because then we could just unlisten it. Pass in that ID. because these get cleared whenever you shut down the game. But the game could be shut down from the editor and relaunched from the editor, so I don't actually want to I don't actually want to double register for the event. I don't want to, so you register for the event, the animation controller gets destroyed, and then it gets created again, and you re-register for the event, and it registers for it twice. I don't want to do that. Like, this is the natural place for it to happen in the code. So what all I might do is I might just have array U64 event IDs like that. And then when we set up the events, problem is when we actually shut it down. There's no shutdown. Okay, we might not do it here then. Could do it on NPC. Because you'll spawn and despawn. It would be better on the animation controller though. Don't know. You know, or we do on the entity itself. So it would be something like Spidean. Where is it? Entity state types. Spidean state can have an on initialize. Like that. And then we do get game events dot listen g event combat state change. Like that. Oh yeah, I'll take a look at it, no problem. This is the Python stuff. So what will assert do in Python if it fails? Is will it hang the code there? Whoops. and they're green. Test can create 5-minute timer. So this is part of the test system. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was looking at the messages there. Oops. Yeah. Cool, Mum. Yeah, keep at it. Really good. Real. Alright, let's fix some of these compile errors now. The thing about doing it directly on the Spydian is it just won't automatically work for other entities. I do want it to be part of the animation controller, because then it will just work. Which means slightly changing. Okay, so if we go close to it now, we get that event, combat state changed. It means slightly changing. So like an on, is there an on despawn? Yeah, Python's definitely got its advantages, doesn't it? That's what I mean when I say that people really like it, because you can get a lot of stuff done really fast. You can write 10 lines of code and it draws like a bar chart or something. It opens a window and draws a bar chart on it. Which in straight C++ would be probably a couple of 100 lines of code. Okay, so let's just see if there is a despawn. There is a despawn, so we could uncreate the behavior controller there on the despawn. Sorry, the combat controller. Or we could listen for combat state changed. I don't know really what would be the best way to do this. Yeah, that's why people like him. Definitely. But he's also one of the reasons why computing is quite slow now. Because it takes a long time, relatively speaking, for for JavaScript to execute 10 or 20 lines of code than for C++ to execute the 200 lines. Maybe the combat controller should listen for combat state change. But then isn't the combat controller the one that actually sends the event? Get the animation controller. It should be animation controller, really. That's where it should be. So the rig has event listeners on it. Yeah. So the other alternative would be in the game. Let me shut down the game. As in the game state. They call get game events that shut down. Yeah, ready state events. Could actually, yeah. Don't know really. So there'd be the game state, end game. We have to do combat controllers.empty. So we could, on the animation controllers, we could put it in the destructor. I'm just kind of very wary about having destructors. So where is this? It's only going to get moved. So let's just have a quick look. Yeah, great talking in Bossy. Yeah, if you want to, anytime you want to chat coding or anything really, it's no problem. I love it. But yeah, thanks for popping by. Take care. Hopefully when you tune back in, the Spidey will be able to attack the player, which would be nice. Okay, so I'm just debating where to start to register to listen for these events. The problem with setting it up here, or in the animation controller in general, is they are considered temporary. They're there for the lifetime of the game, but they're not necessarily there. The editor can close and shut down the game. So if I register for the events here, I have to unregister for them, because you register for the events once for the lifetime of the entire engine. You can deregister in an animation controller destructor. The problem with that is so if I open the game, open the editor, sorry, and then I shut down the game, we destroy 2. And then if I relaunch the game, oh, let's destroy destroy the game, shut down the game and destroy them again. So we destroyed 2. I think it might be fine actually. Where are we? Animation controller. So if I relaunch the game from the editor, create 2. So it must do a copy. I think it definitely does do a copy, which means that it will just copy over the IDs. So next one we want to in place. How many do we actually create? 128. It definitely calls move, so it will definitely call move. It won't call the destructor. Yeah, okay, well, we're going to go with that for now then. We're going to do what I said originally, which is to have these event IDs. And then we're going to have for auto EID and event IDs, get game events dot unlisten EID, like that. Just unlisten. And then we can do setup events. We'll see if this turns out to be a bad idea. Set up events. So we're going to do auto EID equals get game events listen G event combat state changed, and then we're just going to go event IDs dot add EID. So we could probably do that here actually. Event IDs dot add. So what I want to do also is check what unlisten does, because I rarely use it. And check that it's not got bugs. Like if there are any bugs, it's never going to be in the actual game. Just a bug with the editor. It shouldn't be a bug, it should be fine. So we'll also remove where we listen for it here. Don't need that anymore. So we basically now need to Alright, so just launch the editor, and we'll shut this down. I shut the wrong thing down there. Is it called setup events again? Oh, no, that's actually triggering the event. That's wrong. That's fine, I mean. Oh, wants to compile. Oh yeah, we changed a bit. So, yeah. Let's just quickly listen for this. Quickly see what happens here and just check that unlisten is fine. So maybe actually it could be in the, yeah, no, we need to pick the right routine. Next. All right, so if I open the editor, then we shut down the game. Look at game events, unlisten. So at the end of the frame, so it calls destroy. It's an empty buffer anyway. Wrapped empty. Empty buffer. And then we're going to move just mem copy, mem set. So that seemed totally fine. I think that's fine. All right, cool. I think that's fine. Totally think that's fine. Right, so the next thing to do now is when a combat state changes, we need to get the combat routine and set it. Get the combat routine for this type. For this animated rig type. So it'd be something like animated rig type. So I wonder here actually. Could do it here. We could do an initialize. this might be the better place to do it. So we could have something like void initialize Yeah, I think maybe here actually. Okay, so actually that isn't like that. So let's put void initialize there and there. And then when these get initialized, when do we call these? When do we call? So it would be in the animation controller. Would it be in the animation controller? Possibly not. All right, we'll leave it now. We'll leave it as it is. We'll leave it as it is. We won't have initialize. What we will have here is void combat state changed. Like that. And then on the animation controller, we want a concept called rig has on combat state changed. Ukebird, how's it going? The Tuple. I use tuples so I can iterate through the types. That's what I use tuples for. Whereas standard variant, you like don't you set the type that it is at each time, and then you can swap types. Whereas a tuple is all the types on top of each other, I think. So you can't iterate them. You can't iterate variant types, I don't think, because it's only meant to be one type at once, I think. Okay, so that's where we want to get to on combat state changed. This might not be the best way to do it, but we will see. Rig has on combat state changed. There's no result, but we do need to pass in E. We do X dot on combat state changed. E. What's the problem here? Do need to type. Hope you're doing all right, Nuke Bird. Okay. This pointer to Spidey and Rig. It's not const there, that's why. So I wonder if it would be better to have an initialize on the actual. No, this will be fine. All right, so we should get a combat state changed event now. We'll leave it like this for now. What's the problem? Need to forward declare this. We might put initialize back in, maybe. Oh wow, really? So you're gonna be an uncle? Nice. Is it first baby? Yeah, I remember when my wife was pregnant. Yeah, man, it's quite a scary time, innit? There we go. Combat state changed. Yeah, it's quite a scary time. I remember it well. First baby. So is she going to live with you after the baby's born? Because that will be much more challenging than it is now, I'm sure. Because if you think you're tired now, you'll be very tired if you have a newborn baby in the house. Yeah, new family member. It is exciting. It takes some adjusting for sure, because you know all of a sudden there's young kids about, and you just can't turn on GTA if you want to play it anymore, because there'll be a toddler there, and you don't want them to watch that. So it's got to the hostile state. I am wondering, you know, if it is going to be much better to put the initialize in here and then just get these Spidey rigs, get these animated rigs to listen for their own events. Yeah, it gets exponentially easier. First 6 months pretty hard because the baby doesn't really do anything either. So a lot of the fun is when, you know, your baby's crawling around and eating food and beginning to speak and all that. Whereas for the first few months, it's literally like they'll just throw up on you everywhere and stuff like that. Really. I mean, they do smile. You know, they learn to smile and laugh. So it's got that. Yeah, I was an uncle first before I was a dad. So the eldest is 7, just about to turn 7. So well out of babyhood and toddlerhood now. She's just a girl, really. Yeah, that's the hardest bit by far. It's getting enough sleep. There are 2 hard bits. It's getting enough sleep, and there's also dealing with the anxiety of being responsible for another human. That's quite hard. Like, you can't give baby... Well, if you're an uncle, you'll be able to give the baby back to its mother. But obviously, if you're the parent, you can't give the baby back to anybody when they're doing your head in, which does happen. It's actually alright for a few weeks when the baby's born. The baby's knackered as well from giving birth, so it sleeps a lot. And then after a few weeks, it really starts to wake up. Yeah, definitely. That's going to be really good. And that's going to be really good for her to have that family support, because you definitely need it, man. I know people who try and raise their kids hundreds of miles away from family, and it is much more difficult, I think. So yeah, it's going to be great. And you should cherish the baby stage, because it actually doesn't last very long. By the time they get to the first birthday, they're considered toddlers after that. And that's when stuff starts getting crazy, because they can move around really, really fast. But they've got no concept of danger or anything like that. So they'll always try and hurt themselves. Which is tiring, but it's fun as well. Watching them learn about the world. I think I'm going to put on initialize here. Or initialize. And this is called once for application. And I think, to be fair, we'll make that. So this has to get called somewhere. Yeah. So the 7-year-old now is getting into Minecraft. Still massive with kids. Yeah. But yeah, it's good. Like, my daughter comes and messes around with my games and stuff. It's good. She likes to come to this office because this office is not in my house. It's an office that I rent. And she comes after school and sits on the computer, and she's learnt to actually use the computer doing that, which is cool. Alright. So we have initialize, and then get game events. We'll get them to subscribe to their own events. G event, combat state changed. The problem with this though is we do know who's affected. The entity is affected. Yeah, this is the way to do it. This is the way to do it, and not this. I find that I notice all the problems first. That's annoying. I remember when Harry Potter, what's it called? The new Harry Potter game. It's not that new anymore, it's a few years old. The Avalanche did. Looks amazing, but the first thing I noticed was that screen space ambient occlusion doesn't quite work around the borders of the screen. That's the first thing I noticed, and it's like, oh man, I just want to play the game. Alright, so we'll put an int x equals here. And then the animation controller doesn't need this setup events or the event IDs or the destructor, which is very good. So we do need somewhere to call initialize. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think the thing is you just notice stuff. It's like you just can't help but see stuff. But yeah, I agree. I got over it quick, and we played the game, and it was awesome. But my wife, who I was playing it with, had no idea what I was talking about, and she didn't even know. She couldn't even see the problems. That's kind of nice. It works the other way around as well. So I was playing Red Dead 2 yesterday, and it makes you appreciate how much work went into that game because you can see it all. Yeah, you can just see how awesome that game is. In my opinion, that's probably from a technical point of view, the best game ever made. Until GTA 6 comes out, probably. Right, so we need somewhere to call initialize. And we have all these statics, so we can do it here. Initialize rigs. Initialize rig types. This is working out well. You know, design is good when it just happens that everything is there in the right place. Yeah, it is. Took me ages to get through it. I wasn't ever bored though. I'm playing it again, kind of. Don't have much time to play it, but I am trying slowly playing it again. Yeah, this is good. This is the way to do this. Rig type has initialize. Didn't do even any checks. You just need to go x.initialize. Spell initialize right. All these can go away. Right now I need somewhere to call this. We'll just call this in game state initialize. Right, so this should now register for this event once. And then the Spidey in each rig can just register for whatever events it wants to listen to. It's just a Visual Studio, yeah. I'm just using MS Build, is it called? There are a couple of like hooks in that are different. I have a build tool here. So when I build, so I can build shaders with the IDE. So I can just click like rebuild and it'll build all the shaders using this build tool rather than start the program and compile shaders in the program. Yeah. And then the build tool allows, because I've done this build tool, it allows me to slightly modify the syntax of shaders. So you can put like multiple root signatures in a shader and multiple shaders and multiple entry points. Because when you're using DirectX, you need to specify entry points, root signatures. So the build tool creates like some kind of meta file that the engine can load into, load all the shaders. But it means I can do stuff like put loads of different shaders in one file and loads of root signatures. And then I can mix and match entry points and targets and stuff like that. So I could put this down to like 5 or whatever if I wanted to. But it's slightly modified. And then I made it so you don't define a root signature as a string. So normally the way you define a root signature in a shader is using a string, but it doesn't play very well with the IDE. So I did it so you can define it with an if statement, with a compiler if. Precompile shaders, yeah. So the shaders will precompile just like C++ files. And then the hot loadable as well, so I can change them as the game's running, like like a normal script file. But but just pre-compile into the intermediate language. So if you're running a different GPU, it will then do the just-in-time compilation there. Obviously, it's because I don't want it only to support my GPU, my type of GPU. All right. So yeah, when you compile the shaders, it makes. Oh yeah, we got that event. It makes. Makes all the PDB files, and then it makes these .shader group files, which is a group. That's why there's loads of PDBs and not many shaders, because a shader group is lots of shaders in a group, and then the PDBs is one for each shader. Makes these shader group files, which are just binary files of my own shader group. RP, whatever that, or S group, that is, shader group. And then the engine loads these to generate root signatures and the bytecode and the pipeline state and stuff. Yeah. They don't take very long to do. I think I'm going to investigate a little bit more whether it is better to get the native computer that's running the game to compile the shaders or not. There might be some advantage. If the player's computer compiles the shaders, maybe there is an advantage to that in terms of, less bugs, fewer bugs, maybe. Fewer problems with actually then putting the shader code on the GPU. Do you know what I mean? If the driver on the player's computer is compiling the shader, maybe it'd be better. I don't know yet. Yeah, maybe it can optimize it better. I don't know. I'll have to do some reading. Like, I did do a little bit of reading before I wrote this system, and it said it was fine to do it this way because it just compiles it into the intermediate language. Which is meant to be portable between all GPUs. But, documentation can say one thing and then actually does a different thing. All right, so we're a hostile. So what we want to do is we want to say if E dot, what do we call it? New state is equal to E behavior state, no, E combat state, hostile. And then we're going to go if auto combat controller equals get game state, get combat controller, E dot entity ID. We're going to do CC. Is it the combat? No, not the combat controller, the animation controller. Play animation routine. Spidey and combat routine. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, once for each eye, yeah, exactly. Yeah. it's very hard to get it to render the full scene fast enough, isn't it? Because you don't have 16 milliseconds, do you? You got to render it in like 3 milliseconds. Otherwise people get sick. So I'll just set the animation routine. So I don't think play animation routine is the right name for this. It should just be like set animation routine or override animation routine or something. So that'll start. So it'll basically. So now it'll say it's hostile. And it'll play the animation routine. We'll make one of them. Okay, so it didn't stop the animation though. Spidey and combat routine, tick. Oh, it's because we immediately returned false. Right. There we go. So now we're playing this routine. So if we return true, that'll just infinitely tick this routine. No, that didn't work. Render it fast. For example, yeah, cool, yeah. And I know when I've played VR stuff, I've noticed some things like played VR in Skyrim, and the mountains look small. They look really big in the game on screen. Then you look on the VR headset and they look small. So you gotta like fix that. I think because your brain's got a lot better perception of depth in the world, it can immediately tell that the mountains are smaller. So it is calling tick. It's calling returning true. Okay, so yeah, there we go. It is doing it. So even though that it's because it's stuck on idle, it's stuck on walk there. So all I'm gonna do, right, is copy this. And I'm going to call this idle alert. So we have a 2 idle alert as well. Yeah. I've played some really, really good VR stuff as well. It can be awesome. Alright, so let's just have a quick look at what the brain is doing, because NPC become hostile. So actually, we need another one called, where are we? Getting a bit knackered now. Called become hostile. wherever we set this state. So it's become hostile. If combat state is equal to hostile, or CC get combat state is equal to combat state become hostile. So there's two different states there. We return success, or else we set to become hostile, and then the animated rig types. We say if e.new state equals combat state become hostile. I'm just going to go AC play animation routine Spidey in. We might have a become hostile. I'll just play the animation routine. Both. So the animation routine, we have the rig, right? Do we have the ID? Yeah, ID. So let's just see what actually the ID, if it's the entity ID or not. I'm not sure if it is. All right, while this is building, I'm just going to go make a cup of coffee. I will be back in 2 minutes. Okay. So I think we need to pass in here the entity we are working on. Let's check that the rig entity is different. If it is different, we need to pass in the entity ID. So come within 5 of me. So the rig ID Oh, the rig ID is 5. That's fine. So that's the entity ID. So let's get the combat controller. For rig.id. Get ID. If not CC, return false. If you do have the combat controller, say if CC combat state is equal to become hostile, return true. Else, if CC combat state is equal to hostile, we'll just do this. Else return false. So if we're becoming hostile, we need to basically do rig.setAnimationTrack animation track, and it's called to idle alert. It's not looped. Right, so I need to figure out a way how we find out when this animation is finished. That's on animation event. E.track index. So how do we get what animation is playing? So on animation event. So we need to store the handle to check it's us. I set animation track once, I think. I don't know the differences between them. Oh, that's set it if it's not. Set animation track once. Set it. That's set it if it's not already set. Yeah. So we need to store the handle. Void pointer handle 0. So what you need to do handle is that. And then we go if e.handle is equal to handle. So we're actually gonna rename this become hostile handle. So if it's the become hostile handle, we need to do set it to be hostile. So we'll just do if auto cc equals get combat controller, get game state, get combat controller, rig.getID, cc set combat state to hostile. But we only want to do that if e if and e dot type is equal to end. It's either end or loop end. Alright, let's see what happens. Now I think the thing is the Spidey's going to continue to move around. He obviously needs to stop when he becomes hostile. We'll work on that after this. Alright. Right now we'll just want to change the actual animation routine state over to being a hostile state. We'll do walk and idle alert. It would be nice to get him to walk around with his tail in the air. Which I think you can do. We might be able to set it on 2 separate animation tracks. So we don't walk and idle alert. Oops. Together. Okay, so we've definitely stopped his animation. It didn't actually... put his tail in the air though. So it does work. Okay. I think that's just once. So we want to set it once. And then we just want to get the event where the animation is finished. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So he has stopped moving, which I didn't expect. We didn't get our event though. Must be loop end. So he does walk over to you and get very angry with you, which is cool. There we go. Bitwielder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So now this, he gets very angry, this Spidey guy. He walks down towards you, and if he gets too close to you, he puts his tail up. But then he walks on. So I might put that on track 1. So maybe we actually want to clear track 0 there. Yeah, no problem, the Bitwielder, no problem. See what he does here. So he's just go back. Doesn't appear to set. Okay. Oh, if there's no velocity, it returns false. That's not what we want. Okay, let's try that then. There we go. So it's moving around. It's not walking though. Okay, so what's going on here? So it's not combining. The animation tracks. I think you can do this in Spine. Figure out how to do this. Yeah, so you can put walk on track 0 and then idle alert on track 2. I don't really know how Spidey. Don't really know how you do this. Idle alert on 1. Idle alert on 1. Walk on 0. Or maybe idle alert on 0. Walk on 1. I think it's because well, I thought I would try and mix the transforms together. Oh, walk attack long. What's that? So it's not mixing them the way I thought it was going to. So walk and idle alert. Idle alert on 0, walk on 1, and it's not, doesn't appear to be mixing them. Oh, there we go. That's doing the mix. So how do I set the mix? So what was that? Walk on 1 and idle alert on 0. So it's the other way around. Let me clear one. Do I have set mix? Set IK mix. That's not it. That's not the same one though. Let's clear animation track. So we might have to put in whatever the mix is, the alpha mix. Whatever it's called, alpha. So in spine animated rig, how does this work then? Set animation track. So is it P animation state? Set P animation state, get data. No, that's not it. Set animation. How do you set the animation blend? So run track entry alpha. Okay. So that means so this is result alpha, I think. Set alpha. Doesn't seem to be. Oh, because we're casting it to a void pointer there. Okay, so we need set animation track alpha, I think. Or set animation handle alpha. Set animation alpha. So let's do void animation alpha animation handle for alpha. Let's just check actually. Alpha. Alright, nearly gonna have to go. This is, where were we? It's in the track entry. Alpha. Zero to 1. Set animation alpha. Animation alpha. Okay. P animation state. Get track. Find P animation state. Get tracks. There's no find track. Okay. Okay, so just going to go for auto track the animation state. Get tracks. If track is equal to the handle, track set. Please tell me this can have shorthand iterator. It does not. So if we call set animation right, how is that allowed to turn a point, return a pointer? Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's head off soon. We've got a kid from school. It's good today, spent quite a lot of it chatting, so I didn't get too much done, but I don't mind that, that's good. I like talking about coding. So why is that allowed to return me a pointer? It calls new track entry. So it's a pool. Right, that's why it's allowed to return me a pointer. So if I say get tracks, track entry pool. Let's try that again. So just call it new. Oh, really? Right. Okay. That means I have to. This is so bad. I have to cast it back. Can't find it. That is so bad. Unless it has a ID. Does it have an ID? Doesn't. Okay. All right. Let's see then. Man, that's so bad. You shouldn't just call new and return. Okay. So in the routine, we're gonna go. So it was the alpha was being set on track 1. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have the walk handle. Well, hang on, we're doing it here. we are doing it there. Get animation track. Set animation track alpha. Maybe we can just supply the track and 0, 1 like that. So this is read only. Okay. Animated rig. Set animation track handle. S32 track. No, not handle. Alpha. Oh, I'm gonna have to go, man. Don't want to. Float 0, 1. So this is P-rig internal. Set animation handle, or animation track handle. It's alpha, sorry. Set animation track alpha. Changes to S32 track. Still needs to do a cast, which is terrible. Okay. So let's just build, oops. Error type track entry, so that's spine track entry. You just can't do that. Okay. Let's just see then. Let's just build this and see. Then we'll have to go. I'll have to go because I need to go pick up my kid. track alpha. All right. Let's run through this code and then we'll go. So this is 1. We don't need walk handle. Okay. Good 5 hours stream today. So let's just see if we can get all the way through to set the alpha. And that should mix the 2 tracks together. So we'll at least be walking a little bit. And then the next phase would be to get him to take over his movement and try and attack the player, which I'll have to do on Monday. Okay. So that looks right to me. And we have an alpha value. So if we just set that to, so we have to do track, entry, set alpha 0 to 1. Just have a look. And then we'll have to go. It's really time to go. All I want is like him to walk with his tail up a little bit to show he's changed into the hostile state. There we go. He's got his tail up a little bit. Okay, right. Gonna head off. Back on Monday. See you later.